similar to what we did on the retail commercial, a minimum of 2.5 acres, and then whatever that number works, just to add some specificity. The additional pocket parks with recreational amenities and pedestrian pathways running in a north, south, and east, west direction throughout the project area. I don't know what value saying running in a north, south, and east, west direction throughout the project area means. I guess it means you don't go northeast to southwest, but I don't know if that bullet really helps anything whatsoever. I just think, you can just drop off the running north, south, and east, west, just include pedestrian pathways throughout. And then, of course, the Heritage Oaks is already captured elsewhere in there. And then the diagram, the proposed land use plan, I think I did hear the city attorney say that that diagram would signify intent and layout of what the project is. If it ever gets sold off to somebody else that didn't like it, we can call back to this to say this is exactly what we expected. Here's my comment. But if it wasn't clear, I would like to see us get this done. That's right now. I really would like to get this done as part of this general plan update. I just wish there was language that could be crafted. And I heard everything we said about we don't have rules or guidelines or standards for a master plan. I would hope that we could, point to City Walk as the model master plan. And, I think we've heard that Sunset's intent is to build a master plan similar to that. So if we can come up with language that says that, all of my concerns, not that they're great, would go away completely.
Mr. Ahmed, anything?
Just going back to the thing, I think for open space, and I need more information from that.
Mr. Kuznick, do you want to? All right. Okay, so I will tell you my thoughts on this. Let's starting with the Gelderman property. Obviously, like my fellow commissioners, I was not aware of the division of one of the parcels into three. But as been pointed out, the property is outside the city limits. We have no jurisdiction to dictate what happens there. It's sort of a statement. My concern about listing property that had been residential, hillside residential, which is very low density for 20 years, and changing it to open space is this. I think after 20 years, the owner of the property has developed some belief that there'll be some development permitted on the property. I don't see a reason that's been provided to change it to open space, because even as rural conservation, you can't have development without making a huge portion of the property open space for good. So I don't think that just merely sending a message of making it open space is useful. Although Ms. Yee brought up an interesting point about the table about what could be developed up there, which I think all of us should look at and see if we are willing to sign off on something like that, even though we don't have the ability to actually do anything up there except watch. So that's something I think we ought to deal with at the next meeting, but hopefully between then and now, we can get an update on what's actually going there. I understand it's being done through the county, it's out of our hands, but every piece of information is at least useful to see what message we want to send, because that's what this is messaging. With respect to Chevron Park, one of the things you have to do as a planning commissioner is you have to ask questions. Sometimes the questions aren't always comfortable. Sometimes they have to be pointed. Sometimes you have to ask questions about what the options are. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're pushing a certain thing by asking questions, but you want to assure yourself and the members of the public that what you're proposing to do is in the best interest of the city in this case. Like Commissioner Alpert, I'd attended every of the meetings that Chevron as Sunset's put on with the Chevron property. I had been in favor of the development since the first meeting. I brought up the issue of a master plan because we had such a, I won't say wonderful, but a very fruitful experience with dealing with the master plan for City Walk. And my concern was with the property that was in front of us, that we would have the opportunity to really make something that the city would be proud of and would provide a benefit to the city, not only from what's on there, but what it can slough off into other portions of the city. So my main concern was not the type of plan we see in front of us, but our ability to make sure that's what got developed, which is why that I had the colloquies with Mr. Barr that I did. I believe that the outlines of the general plan policy that are set out in front of us with the adoption of the diagram, I think meets the criteria I had for accepting this as a general plan update. As Mr. Barr and I discussed, the general plan is only the beginning. It sets out the broad parameters for what development will be. But as they say, the nuts and the details, that's where everything happens, and that's going to be in the zoning ordinance. And I think that's where things will really have to happen. So at this point, I'm in favor of the proposal for the general plan update that deals with the Chevron / Orchards / DMU South property. We have any other questions or comments? All right, well, we'll move on to item number 9.2, which is Iron Horse Village.
So through the chair, I think you have to make a motion to continue the hearing to.
Fair enough.
next date.
To you're talking November 17th? 7th. Okay. All right. So we've been asked to move the hearing to November 7th.
I'll move to continue this hearing to the planning commission meeting of November the 7th.
I will second that.
So fast.
Okay. I'm like reaching at the same time.
Okay, a 5-0 vote to continue the public hearing on the general plan update to November 7th, 2023. That being said,
Chair Wallace.
I know what you're going to say. So we're going to move on to item number 9.2, for which Commissioner Curtis has a statement to make.
Due to the proximity of the location at 3401 Crow Canyon Road and my employers, I need to recuse myself from this conversation. So I will be stepping away for the rest of the evening while you discuss this.
Okay.
Here.
Pardon me.
All right. Good evening, planning commissioners, Chair Wallace. So this item is for the Iron Horse Village Development Project, located at 3401 Crow Canyon Road. The project site is 2 parcels at the corner of Crow Canyon Road and Alcosta Boulevard. It's 9.5 acres. The general plan designation is mixed use. The North Community Ramon specific plan designation is office mixed use. The 2 parcels are directly north of the post office parcel. Briefly, for the project background, this project originally started in 2022 with some older project applications where there is also an ARB concept review in July of 2022. The subject applications before you tonight were submitted in March and April of this year. If you might recall, the Planning Commission had a study session on this item prior to deeming the application complete. We provided comments to the applicant. The first public hearing on this item was on September 19th of this year, where the commission ultimately continued the public hearing to tonight's meeting for additional review. Since we reviewed the project at the last meeting on September 19th, I'm not going to go into too much detail on the project application, but very briefly, they're demolishing the existing office and parking landscape, constructing 117 residential units with 86 single-family for-sale detached condos and 31 multifamily for-sale condo units. They're proposing to pay the affordable housing impact fee for the single-family portion of the project and building 15% below market rate units in the multifamily. There's also a non-residential component of 8 live-work units within the multifamily portion of the project. And there's also some tandem parking design in some of the units. The project will also subdivide the project site area, and there's 39 on-street private roadway guest parking spaces. This is a rendering from Crow Canyon Road and the project driveway, looking towards primarily towards the multifamily units. An environmental review has been done. There's been an addendum prepared for the North Community Ramon specific plan environmental impact report. It's in accordance with CEQA. It determined that the environmental impacts of the proposed project remain within the impacts analyzed for the previous certified EAR for the specific plan. And that's attached to the staff report. And there's also attached to the staff report a mitigation monitoring and reporting program to ensure the compliance with the construction of the project with the 14 mitigation measures discussed in the addendum. And those are incorporated as conditions of approval. In terms of recommended site access, there was some discussion from the commission last time. The recommended site access is shown on the slide here to the right. The city traffic engineer continues to support the methodology and conclusions provided in the traffic study. The traffic study takes into consideration a number of things, some of the professional reasoning, recommending or not recommending each alternative site designs. Also, the fire district supports the proposed site access. The engineer in traffic study also takes into consideration some of the surrounding roadway capacities and traffic signal timing and operations. It's also important to note that the project site will have reduced vehicle trips to the project based on the existing development. And the design accommodates the project vehicle trips. And lastly, I'd like to mention too that the recommended site access makes improvements from the existing conditions in the right of way. Regarding noise land use compatibility, there was discussion in the addendum, a mitigation measure about some noise requirements related to exterior and interior. And so there's a condition of approval included in the draft resolution number 30 that requires prior to building permit issuance verification that there's a 6-foot high solid fence around some specified residential private outdoor space or yards near Crow Canyon Road and Alcosta Boulevard. And then for interior noise requirements, the applicant has to verify specified wall assemblies, windows and doors near Crow Canyon Road and Alcosta comply with a sound transmission class rating of 35. So in summary, the proposed project is consistent with the established general plan mixed use objective development standards, as well as the remaining North Community Ramon and zoning ordinance objective development standards applicable for the project. As I mentioned, the traffic engineer and fire district continue to support the project in design. And it's also important to note that with the Housing Accountability Act, that the city may not deny the project or impose a condition developing at a lower density without making specific findings of a specific adverse impact on public health or safety that cannot mitigated. So absent any new information, the analysis provided does not result in any identified public health and safety issues. And so as a result, city staff recommends that the commission receive the staff report and presentation from the applicant, open public comment, take public testimony, close public comment, discuss and deliberate and adopt the draft planning commission resolution number 11-23 that's attached to the staff report, approving the project applications. There's some red lines also provided that show the changes since our last meeting on September 19th. I'm available for questions, and we do have the applicant for questions if you have any.
Okay, before the applicant, does anyone have any questions of staff?
Yeah.
You want to listen to the applicant first?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then I guess Mr. Driscoll, you can have a seat and the applicant can take your place.
Good evening, Chairman Wallace, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Steve Garrett with Lennar Homes. Our address is 2603 Camino Ramon, Suite 500 in San Ramon, California. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Driscoll, Mr. Barr, and the rest of the community development staff for their review and their professionalism over the past year in processing our application and evaluating it for its merits. I would just like to say that we agree with staff's recommendation for approval, and we also concur and agree with the conditions of approval. I believe that Mr. Driscoll did a very good job, and he's a tough act to follow in terms of presenting this evening. So I'm just going to open it up for any questions that you may have. I know this is something that many of you saw last month and have been following. So I'm just going to open it up for questions.
Do any commissioners have any questions for the app? Let's start with the applicant since he's up here.
There has been discussion about the units that are facing the Crow Canyon Road. And I'm just trying to remember, like, if the units are flipped, the garages come on the Crow Canyon side, how much space do you guys lose? How many units do you guys lose?
Oh, we didn't really conduct that evaluation. We were following, again, kind of what's cited in the staff report. Basically that there's a desire in the specific plan to orient the homes with garages away from the main streets and to orient the front elevations toward the main streets and sort of have some connectivity and tie-ins. So we were following that lead, and that's the basis for the plans that we've submitted.
Because I'm trying to envision if there are any homes either on Crow Canyon or Bollinger Canyon where homes, like the front doors are facing a big street like Crow Canyon. To me, that's privacy issue, that's a safety issue also.
Well, I'm just basically quoting from some of the design and
I
guidelines.
see that on page
And Mr.
9.
Barr might be able to comment
96.
on that better than me.
Well, I think part of it is there's distinctions between zoning for the specific plan area of North Camino Ramon, as well as the other zones that are farther up and down Crow Canyon Road. Part of the street activation was a policy within the North Camino Ramon specific plan. There are properties elsewhere in the city that front on Bollinger Canyon Road, for example, not in the main thoroughfare area, but in areas where there's 2 lanes or even split areas in the west part of the city. But again, there's a design question here more than anything. It's a grade differential as well associated with this parcel. And so, the opportunity to design it in this manner is at the discretion of the applicant.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So the city prefers that the garages not be facing the street. Correct?
Well, there's a couple, again, There's a desire to have activation of the streetscape. Now, granted, this is a little further to the east than the core area of the North Camino Ramon specific plan. But the policy was not specific to any one part of the area. Most certainly, we would not have driveways fronting on a major arterial in terms of access points for auto access. You don't want all those potential curb cuts along a major street. So you would have to basically flip the project inside out if that was the case and have a drive aisle adjacent to the existing road, which again may change the yield of the project and may not meet the goals.
That's why I asked, how many units do you lose because you gotta put it?
It's not a requirement that they design it that way, so they would have to, I don't know what the answer is to that.
I'm done for now.
Commissioner Kuzic?
So one of the questions that trying to wrestle with is in going through this plan inch by inch and reading your site plans on 8x11. I actually did pull out my magnifying glass to read the numbers. You are planning on building a 6-foot wall to separate the homes from the post office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that a priority for you in this development?
I'm not sure I would classify it as a priority as much as it's just the post office is private property. And so it's typical when you have two neighbors and they have private property that adjoin one another to see a fence of some sort.
So I guess the thinking is, on my part, is that the neighbors who will be next to a business, which I believe will be just a blank wall, because that seems to be, I've walked that to see where the post office building ends and the demolition will be, that they are entitled to a 6-foot wall to separate the two entities. But the folks who are living on our second busiest street in this town are not entitled to the same sort of considerations. And I'm just wondering what that logic is.
Well, again, we were following design guidelines and it's the desire is to have the homes.
I understand that, but please, at some point you can follow the letter of the law and then you can look up and look at the street and say, ugh, this may not be such a good idea.
We did that, and the solution that we came to was the one that you've got before you, which is landscape screening, something that's attractive to a pedestrian, something that's attractive to the people that live there, and also fencing for safety purposes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer both you and Mr. Driscoll to a document that I found in the last meeting's paperwork that kind of caught me by surprise this time, from the Public Works Engineering Division interoffice memo, in which they talk about the slope easements and so forth. But then item number 3 of the recommendation says, and I'll quote here, building 1 through 3, which are multi-level, are proposed approximately 20 feet from Crow Canyon Road. The city has concerns about post-development traffic noise levels from the road. Although buffer landscape is proposed, it will take several years before the trees reach maturity. Consider a sound wall on the perimeter of the development adjacent to the roadway. A post-development noise study should be done a year after move-in, and appropriate mitigations be required as part of the project conditions. Comments?
Is there a question?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So how is it that our city has recommended a perimeter sound wall, Yet the only wall that is going to be solid is the one that is separating the post office building in this plan. Is that correct? Am I reading your plan incorrectly?
I believe you're reading the plan correctly.
Okay, thank you. Just wondered.
Just for clarification, there are sound mitigation measures, as Ryan just mentioned, that address the habitable spaces within the project area and will address the noise attenuation for the habitable space.
The sound mitigation is only the outdoor patio area as it's
And the
specified.
houses themselves.
No, that is not what it says.
Absolutely, the
Does
house.
say that.
I'll reread it again, but that is not how I read that.
Absolutely. The general plan has a policy for requirements.
Okay, right, but, right. That's not how I read that. Okay, go ahead. No, you can go on. Yes, as far as questions and clarifications.
Mr. Alfred, you're up.
I do have a question on the noise condition of approval. And then, Ryan, could you bring up the sort of the sketch and the proposed site plan that just has sort of the drawing? Because I just had a question to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. It says proposed project is the title, that one.
What is it, packet page? Or is it?
Oh, it's on your presentation. I'm sorry. It's probably in the packet also, but packet page 94, if that's quicker for you. That one. There you just there. Okay, so the way I read the noise mitigation is that all proposed residential private outdoor yard spaces are located within 340 feet of Crow Canyon or with 240 feet of Al Costa, and that have a direct line of sight to either roadway. And so the wording is very specific, that has a private outdoor yard space. And so I thought the intent was of the noise was to reduce the noise to the resident. And so, first of all, is it correct that that first row going top to bottom along Crow Canyon is within 340 feet of the roadway? Those housing units, those ones.
The
Yeah.
brown ones, those are the multifamily units. There's no private outdoor yard
Right,
spaces. for
right. I
those.
get that. So, but they are within 340 feet. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then the units along Al Costa, is that entire row within 240 feet? That first row of units, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buildings, whatever it is, and then the one in the far corner, are those all also within 240 feet?
I don't have the exact dimension of exactly which ones on this site plan,
I did the math.
but it would be any on this site plan, the dark green areas around the single family homes
Okay.
within the 240 feet of Acosta Boulevard.
Okay. So
applicable.
am I understanding the EIR comment that we're really only concerned about the outdoor spaces, yards and things like that? We're not really concerned about front doors or walkways in front of the housing units or the buildings themselves for this condition. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. And we actually also looked back at the EIR for the specific plan. It did not require any mitigation for the upper level balconies.
Okay. And then if I drive down Crow Canyon, are there any other housing projects, multi or single, that are along Crow Canyon that are similar in distance from Crow Canyon that also do not have a sound wall of some sort? I'm just thinking as I drive up and down on either side, trying to think if there are any other.
I can't recall of any, we haven't had recent development along Crow Canyon Road itself.
Mhm. Yeah, like,
There's no requirement for the sound wall.
okay, but for whatever reason, just to the east, there's a sound wall. Of course, the city's trying to fix it as they're doing the widening project. And then a little farther up is cobblestone, which I think those units are a little farther away, and then going up a little further, we have another housing project. And then coming down the other side is, of course, Danville, which doesn't count, but they also have a sound wall. So just to clarify, this will be in this area, one of the few housing projects that do not have a sound wall. Is that
In the context of this area, that would be true.
okay? Okay. And then, could you explain what the mitigation measure, because it says 6 foot high solid fence, but that doesn't apply to those units that are actually facing Crow Canyon, correct?
Yeah,
The wrought
yes.
iron fence we saw in the rendering is kind of what's going to be, what they're going to get, right?
Yeah, that doesn't apply to the wrought iron fence. That was
Okay,
along
that's
Crow Canyon Road.
okay. And then along Alcosta, those that have a little yard will get a wall, and I assume that's a solid wall. It doesn't have breaks at the debt where there's not a house, right? Or is that just a? Is it,
Talking about a fence.
yeah, what I'm trying to visualize what it's going to look like along Alcosta, those 7 or 8, 10 units.
Yeah, the road itself is quite raised. I don't know the exact amount, kind of above those units. And then there is the proposed landscape with trees, and there'll be a retaining wall along there, up to 4 feet max.
Okay,
Varying going down as you go south along Acosta, it'll get
Okay.
lower, and then there will be the 6 foot fence around the actual private yard spaces.
okay. And then just for process, Commissioner Kuznick read from an internal memo that staff, generated. How are those processed by when an application comes forward, when, the city engineer makes a recommendation, and is it optional when they make recommendations like that? Or the applicant choose to do it or not, even though it was a recommendation from staff?
Well, we have to look at what the requirements are, based on the objective standards in the North Community Ramon requirements, the zoning ordinance requirements. You were asking earlier, Commissioner Kuznick, about the wall between the post office and this site. There is a screening requirement between
Okay.
different land uses, minimum 6 feet, could be up to 8 feet.
Okay.
And that's why there's a solid wall on
So
that
the
side.
city engineer's recommendation is just a suggestion that doesn't have to be followed?
It's not required for
Okay,
this.
okay, thank you. Okay, I also have some questions on the traffic study, and I corresponded a bit with Ms. Fair, and she helped clarify what I was looking at. So I don't know if my questions are to you, to her, but she can't wait for questions again, but she already got them. So I guess I don't know, Ryan, it's up to you whether you want to ask Ms. Fair to come up or not.
It might be more appropriate maybe for her to
Okay.
address maybe.
Oh, I'm sure she's just dying to come down here.
Why not? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, and these are questions you've heard before. In looking at so first of all, the traffic counts in total in Crow Canyon, I understand that significantly less than when the office park was office was a building and being used. My question is, first of all, how many cars are we expecting to turn right out of the project? AM peak, PM peak, and then of those, how many do we expect that will be making the U-turn at where they really want to go west, but they have to go east first?
Sure. Hang on, let me find the correct page.
You told me it was packet page 446, I think it was. Yeah, it was packet page 446.
So there will be 54 vehicles in the AM peak making the right turn, 36 vehicles in the PM peak making the right turn out of the driveway. And then making the U-turn, there will be 46 vehicles in the AM and 31 in the PM.
And when we say AM peak, that's an hour, right? That's a 60-minute period when we say AM peak. So
Yes,
that's how we say 54 are going to turn right. It's about 1 a minute or so coming. in.
yes, yeah, like about 1 vehicle per minute.
Okay, and then the 46 U-turns, I guess I didn't ask you this question, so I apologize. The stacking lane that we're planning to create there, if that's the right term for them to line up, do that. How many cars can sit in Crow Canyon right there, to make the U-turn?
The one that we're creating,
Yeah, it was 150 feet. Is that
um,
15 cars at 10 feet each? Is that, but that's probably not
no.
right.
No, about 6.
About 6. Okay, okay. And then, and I think last time you told us that the traffic stops often enough on westbound to leave a little gap so the cars can make a U-turn safely. Is that what you told us last time, that traffic on Crow Canyon stops frequently enough because of the traffic up at Al Costa?
Yes, there'll be sufficient gaps
Okay.
because of the traffic signal actually on both, going both directions.
Okay, okay. And then could you explain again why we think it's not a good solution to put a left turn lane up at Al Costa at the light where there's one now compared to where it is now? Yeah.
There's a couple reasons. One is that we'd have to make significant modifications to the traffic signal in order to do that. Like install new foundations, poles, mast arms, because they wouldn't be able to fit into the median anymore. Those can be kind of difficult sometimes depending on all the utilities that are in the area. Adding a left turn will increase delay to the intersection, to the main traffic on Crow Canyon Road, because they're going to have to stop those vehicles going westbound in order for that U-turn to go through its phasing.
Okay.
It's just a not as good as an option as the mid-block U-turn.
Okay. What I wrote down last time was hard, expensive, and will be a drag for people that want to go down Crow Canyon to the freeway. Is that, yeah, okay. And then are there any other similar mid-block U-turns on a busiest, like one of these kinds of streets, Mollinger, Crow, like this in a business store?
In San Ramon, there is no intersection that is just a specific standalone U-turn.
Okay.
Like what we're proposing. However, the existing intersection allows U-turns. And if you look at the existing traffic counts, there are drivers that are making that U-turn. I imagine they're coming from the conference center and the bank that's over on the south side of Crow by Camino Ramon, coming out the Crow driveway, making the right turn, and then crossing all the traffic and traffic
okay.
lanes and
Okay.
getting into that left turn
Okay.
and making a U-turn.
Okay. It was a sort of trick question because for whatever reason, where I live off of Bollinger, there's a weird left turn lane right next to. I have no idea why it's there, but I live up in Bollinger Hills and I've never understood why there's a U-turn right there on that block. And I see people use it sometimes too. So
Yeah, I don't know why that's there either, but
oh darn, I was hoping to get a
I
mystery
do
solved.
not.
Yeah, it's an odd U-turn place, but anyways, okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question on that?
Yes.
How far down from the Acosta intersection on Crow is this proposed U-turn lane?
How far back from the
Yeah.
intersection?
Mhm.
Sorry.
I'm looking at the several iterations here, so.
It looks to be 150 feet.
459. Wondering. 'Cause I think this is the one that
Yeah, it's 150 feet.
from the intersection.
Yes.
Thank you. No, that's it. I just wanted to.
Few traffic questions. Okay, so currently what used to be the occupants of the commercial building at the corner of Al Costa and Crow would exit onto Crow Canyon Road and either go right or left, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the traffic that you're forecasting for the residential development is roughly half of what was the commercial projection?
Yes.
Okay, now, if we went 11 years without an accident at the driveway across Crow Canyon Road to the PG&E facility, and we're forecasting half the traffic that we've had for the past 11 years without an accident, why the need now to change the traffic patterns on that particular strip?
One is because we don't have any other full unsignalized access like this one. I don't know the history behind why it is there. But we're trying to get it more in line with what the general plan says, is that, not to have, or to limit access onto major arterials. The having a full access, even though there are currently no reported collisions, is possibly due to the Iron Horse Trail crossing being there. So, I'm also looking forward at, when that traffic signal is removed, when the overcrossing is installed. And so, that'll, make it a little bit different as far as the definite gaps in traffic. You'll have a little bit more stragglers. And then, traffic is moving more freely through there and not having the opportunity to stop. And if you look at like conflict points for a full intersection, meaning, like all the turning movements and where it might conflict with another turning movement. This intersection has a total of 26 conflicts, where a vehicle crosses the path of another vehicle, or, merges, diverges. Going to the proposed plan with the U-turns, the number of conflicts are reduced to 8. So, that just minimizes your, significantly minimizes your possibility of broadside collisions. We're just looking to make it safer and be in more in line with the general plan, and just trying to minimize potential, like people who have to make left turns out of there. It's basically one movement, so you have to look both directions. Whereas if you do the U-turn movement, it's more of a 2-stage where all you're doing is you're looking to the left and making sure there's a gap. And then you can go over and get into that U-turn pocket. And then now you only have to look at the traffic coming that other direction. So you're not looking back and forth and missing something.
Well, I guess what you're saying is that people are going to make left-hand turns onto Crow Canyon Road going westbound, and this is a safer way to do it.
Yes.
All right. Now, a question I had was, there currently is a dedicated left-hand turn lane across from the current driveway at the project site that would allow Bob from Castro Valley to drive into the PG&E facility there. Now, as I understand it, what you're proposing to do is to take out that dedicated left-hand turn lane. First question is, in order to create the mid-block left-hand turn lane that will allow U-turns on eastbound Crow onto westbound Crow, do you need to take out the prior existing left-hand turn lane?
The reason we're removing that left-hand turn lane is because of the configuration of it and having the median opening there. And, people coming from the project may still want to make a left turn. So even adding, like extending the median out or, trying to close it off a little bit. Like in some of the figures, I don't know, which figure is that? Like on figure 3A, or alternative 3A, alternative 3B, it has a little nose protruding out, so that it'll minimize the other movements. That is not okay with the fire district. So they won't be able to have access if that nose protruding out, from the existing median is there, just to allow those left turns. So, that's why we're proposing eliminating that left turn and just moving them over to the U-turn so they can, do the U-turn and then make a right turn into the driveway.
Wouldn't one way to accomplish that to be put a sign where the driveway hits Crow to say right turn only?
You'd think. Signs are signs and, a lot of people don't obey signs. You have to sometimes put up physical barriers. As an example, we installed like a pork chop median down at El Costa and Broadmoor because we did have a lot of broadside collisions from, people making left turns out of the driveway and left turns from Broadmoor. And we're getting complaints that people are bypassing that. They're like zigzagging through it to make their turns. And we have it well signed. It's a raised median, what's the engineer to do? I can't fix.
No, but if you take out the current left-hand turn lane, which also can function as a U-turn lane, correct?
Yes.
All right. If you take out that dedicated left turn lane, that means people who go into the PG&E Center coming from, say, the freeway can no longer turn there, but they'd have to go up to the mid-block U-turn, which increases the amount of traffic through that mid-block U-turn.
A little bit, yes.
A little bit.
Yeah. There should be, I believe there were under existing counts, there would be about 20 trips in the AM peak that would do that, and I think 3 in the PM peak.
So it sounds like because the existing turn lane would eliminate U-turns farther up the street, you wouldn't have to worry so much about the queuing distance that Commissioner Alpert mentioned. It sounds like what you're really saying is we want to take out the existing left-hand turn lane so people from the project won't bolt across and try and make a left-hand turn like they do now.
Yes, as well as coming from PG&E.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. Commissioner Alpert, I think you have one.
I did have one other. The material that we're going to leave in place to leave the opening so that the fire trucks can come into the project, what would cause a driver to not try and just use that to get out and turn left because they don't like U-turns? Is it significant enough difference that a normal person that won't read a sign will not try and drive over it? Or yeah.
I imagine that, they will probably still try. It'll be very uncomfortable, because it'll be, very bumpy.
Okay, I think you said last time it will be a surface that fire trucks can tolerate, but
Yes.
cars probably won't. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
and one of the examples that we proposed to the fire district was in some median locations, we have the rock that is about, I don't know, 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and it's encased in concrete. So it's got a pretty good texture to it, and they were okay with that.
Okay, and then I didn't ask this earlier, but the right turn into the project, on Crow Canyon, I assume there's not like a turning lane on the side there or anything like that. They're going to be in traffic when they make that right turn. Is that right?
It will be in the right turn lane. There's a really long right turn lane that goes on to Acosta.
Oh, okay.
So they'll be in that lane.
Okay. So people are theoretically starting to prepare to make the right turn at El Costa and won't be going the 112 miles an hour down Crow Canyon because
Right.
they're late to dinner. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ahmed or Commissioner Kuznick, any other questions for the staff or the applicant?
I'm still not satisfied with the orientation of the units. The fact that they face a big main heavy street and that the wall is low. I know that it meets the North Camino Ramon specific plan, design standards but I think as a city, we should not be building homes that are sort of facing a main street where people can see and peep into their homes, and safety issues is also a big concern for me.
I have one more question.
Commissioner Kuznick?
Okay, I need someone to explain to me what or describe a fence constructed to have a minimum surface weight of 4 pounds per square foot. What does that look like? I'll be honest, my civil engineer husband could not describe this either. Don't mean to catch you on a pop quiz here.
I don't have the specific design, but it's meant to be solid, where there's no ability for sound to travel through.
So of what kind of material would qualify for this? Are we talking, concrete, steel, wood, brick, block?
It doesn't state. So it could be different materials, but I would think typically it could be a wood design.
Okay. But you're not sure.
It relates to the density of the material itself. And so different materials have different weight and capacity to reflect sound. And so it's really a performance standard. You can meet it through lightweight concrete. You could make it through thicker wood. You can do any different types of materials. It's not specific in terms of what type. It's specific towards performance.
And going back to the definition of the private outdoor yard spaces. So in the photograph of the townhouses along Crow Canyon Road, if we could zip to that slide. Okay, well, is there one more? Next one?
I only
No,
have
back
this
that one. Okay, we'll have to look carefully. So what I see in this picture is a front door, 2 people walking, and then I see a little fence, which looks like a patio. Now, is that not defined as an outdoor yard space?
It's not. It mentions private outdoor yard space. So
No.
that is a public. That's the entrance into the front door.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. Okay.
This one better?
You see the door is green. Okay, if we on my left, moving that way,
This way.
away from the driveway. That's a door
Yeah.
right there. That isn't the entrance to the next door. It shows on the plans as a patio.
Yet not all the units have this.
Correct? Is this not an private outdoor yard space? Yes or no?
No,
And why not?
because it's at the entrance to the public front door. So the public has to travel through that area to the front door.
You're referring to the outdoor space really as a backyard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who owns and maintains that space?
The HOA,
I'm sorry.
the
HOA.
homeowners association.
It's the HOA, so it's not private.
Okay. That's
That's
just
the
one
here we're
question,
gonna
please?
split here.
okay. Can I just ask one question on this,
Okay.
Ryan?
Go ahead.
It's a little bit hard to see, but it looks like the first real unit is kind of tiny. Looking in the packet we got, and it was picture SP8. It looks like that patio has like a little fence around it, you know? I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but it looks like there's a fence there that makes it look like that's their patio and their private space. Maybe that's what I was confused by too with Mr. Kuzik's question. Unfortunately, I can't read out how. what the
I
packet
think
is.
if you can go to packet, page 110, I think it's a different view of what Commissioner Alpert's talking about.
And I was looking at the perspective renderings, view one at entry at Crow Canyon, which I think is the same picture we had up before, but it was a little bit bigger and easier to see things and. Or SP10, that might be even a better one.
10.
And that's packet page 111.
Yes.
SP10 or SP11.
Yeah, SP10, I think is a good one. It's kind of looking from Al Costa, I think, down towards west, right?
Yeah,
And each of those little wooden things that look like a wooden fence that's sort of creating a outdoor private patio. And then in my mind, and I guess the question would be similar to what Commissioner Kuznick was asking. Those appear to be private because they're fenced in, even though they're visible from the street. Those don't trigger the need for a sound fence wall, something?
no, because they're it's where the front door for the public to enter into that unit. It's not a private yard.
Well, so that's where I'm confused, because if I look at that very first one coming, there's the delivery guy, you see the little delivery guy standing there, that's the door. And then the next unit, I think the door's on the other side of the fence, but that little fence U shape doesn't appear to be an entry to the door that I can tell, but it looks like it's kind of creating a private, patio to me. It's
an outdoor space
it is outdoor. It is an
that-
outdoor space.
that unit can use, but it's not private.
But it's not, why is it not private? It's like there's a fence around it, I would,
It's part owned by the homeowners association.
so
and-
the HOA is gonna take care of that inside their fenced in patio? That's what I guess I'm still trying to understand. It just looks like, it looks like a patio. It looks like a fenced in patio. Okay.
What it sounds like is that for sound damping purposes and also for privacy, you're relying on the landscaping along Crow to a certain extent, Al Costa, to provide the privacy for the front doors of the units that Commissioner Alpert and Commissioner Kuznick were talking about.
Yes.
Answer is yes. Okay. Got to speak up for the record.
Yeah. And then second and third floor patios are also not considered private outdoor space that, because they're not the ground level. Yeah.
Correct.
But, okay, but those are definitely balconies.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Any other questions? Mr. Kuznick or Mr. Ahmed? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 9.2. We have a speaker card for anybody.
Oswaldo Oseguera.
Hello, good evening. My name is Oswaldo Segueda. And I am thank you for allowing me to speak today. So I am a union carpenter. So it takes me for this project into the consideration. I like to keep a few things in mind. First and foremost is the local construction projects matter. The hardworking men and women who build these local projects matters. So a couple questions I need to address and should be asked on this project. Is very local projects around, and there's a committee that use the higher back into our community matters. So also I would like to contractor buildings the project we require to pay carpenters area standards, wages, and benefits to provide the workers on the project with healthcare. Look, like I'm a father, so I have 3 kids. So I have my daughter, so she's 15, she's in high school. My son also is in the middle school, and my young little one he's 7 years old. He's in elementary school, so which I love him. So I'm working from them. So for the good benefits. So and then so before joining the carpenters union, I didn't have no healthcare, and I made very low wages. So I needed government assistance just to survive. So for my kids and my family, even my wife too. So I really appreciate it for this time, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Taiwan's a country.
Hi, Commissioners. First of all, I want to respond to the previous commenter. I do appreciate all the carpenters who build my homes. You're very essential, and thank you for building my homes. I also want to compliment Lennar. Lennar has always struck me as a very reputable construction developer. And so my following comments doesn't reflect on the builder nor their employees, such as architects, but simply because of the configuration of this particular lot, and also the unfortunate coincidence that it, borders the second busiest street of our city. So I have the following suggestions because I currently live in a very similar community to what I was seeing. So I'm thinking that my input can possibly be helpful to the future home buyers, to our city, as well as to the developer. I'm wondering if it's possible to have a control light within the community, such as the one that we see at the freeway ramp, that can be worked with by our city as well as the developer, that can synchronize how many U-turn traffic cars are already lined up on Crow, and therefore restrict how many are let out from the community. If we can possibly have that kind of synchronization, then we can definitely, rest assured that we're not going to have everyone like backed up and therefore like a broken, train track like my son used to play when he was young, blocking everyone. Number two, I didn't see any walkway access from the community towards the post office, which is, I don't know if I can be affirmed whether my observation is correct or not. If there isn't, I highly suggest that if it's possible to please place some there, because you have some units that are for work and live kind of units. So these people will definitely appreciate walking there instead of driving there. And also it will enable those families with middle schoolers who will be going to Iron Horse Middle School to walk a little bit more conveniently. When you do not have any access for pedestrians, my observation from my current similar kind of community living is that the teens will hop 6 feet wall, and then you will have either teenagers being run on by the cars, or the residents will not be very happy with you guys. Number 4, install homeowner buyer incentive if possible to encourage those with middle schoolers to buy in this community first, because these are the family members who can take advantage of Iron Horse Middle School a little bit better than those people who have to drive, or shuttle their kids to elementary schools or high schools. Also, if you can please pull up the community map, I would like to make a suggestion.
I think you've used up your time. That's why it's at 000.
I
So
disagree because I didn't see a 3-minute countdown. It was always at 00 from the get-go. So I really
no,
think that
it was a
time was
countdown. I
cheated.
watched it.
I was staring at it. I didn't see any red number at all. It was not at 3 to begin with. I assure you, I pay attention to these things. It was not at 3.
Well, let's put it this way.
It was
Instead of
like
arguing,
it was like
instead
the
of arguing
effort
about the time,
started
can you wrap
somewhere.
up in 30 seconds?
Sorry?
Can you wrap up in 30 seconds?
Okay,
Thank
yes,
you.
I can. So install homeowner, okay, sorry. Both direction, may I actually pull that map? It's easier if you can have the map.
Why don't you just tell us what you're doing and we'll figure it
Okay.
out.
from the map, there is only one entry. And so I really would recommend that the builder, the entire HOA has a one direction only, instead of everybody can, have both directions, you're gonna already have knots inside the community. If you have a really nice flow of one direction, then you can allow those one direction to have 2 lanes, therefore easily go to U-turn only or right turn only kind of direction flow. I think it will work a little bit better with our community. And the fence entry that you guys were debating, judging from my HOA CCNRs, that area definitely is homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other speakers?
No other speakers.
All right, let me close public comment. Before we have a discussion, does anybody have any questions for either the applicant or the staff?
I did have one to clarify. At our last public hearing, we were told that counted as meeting 2. So is this technically meeting 3 or is this meeting 2?
Does the city attorney want to weigh in on this? We still have a debate going over precedent over this, but I think the attorney's office has an opinion.
Yeah, I think technically there's a debate. Conservatively, we have to treat it as I guess hearing, it would be considered hearing 3, but that would be the conservative route, is treating it as hearing 3.
Well, with all due respect, that's not what the statute says. The statute says that the 5 meeting maximum only kicks in when the staff deems the project complete. I believe that you're referring to the concept review we had before the project was deemed complete. That doesn't count for purposes of the Housing Accountability Act because the project was not deemed complete. I'll also point out that at the beginning of the year, Commissioner Alpert and I had discussions with the city attorney and the community director, community employment director, Ms. Chamberlain, about this issue. And the compromise that was reached was that prior to any application being deemed complete by staff, which would trigger not only the 5 meeting limit thereafter, but more importantly, the 30 days to declare whether the project was consistent with the city rules, including the housing, the general plan and the zoning ordinance, that a meeting would be set up whereby the applicant could come in and explain the project to the commissioners. At that point, staff would be hands off. They would not preparing a report, would not talk about the project, would say, here's the applicant. He'll tell you, or she will tell you what she wants about the project. You can ask questions. But the whole point was to have an introduction, because we don't get copies of the housing applications. The point was to have the commissioners an opportunity to review the project before any of these deadlines kicked in. And so given that, and given the language of government code section that specifically says the 5 meeting limit only kicks in after the project is deemed complete, this is meeting number 2. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Alpert. I had a question for the applicant, if you don't mind. This came up because of public comment, and the question was raised about access to the post office by residents of your project. And the question she raised is, will there be some type of internal access to the post office? Obviously, they could walk up to Acosta Boulevard down and then around to the post office like you drive. But the question is, will there be internal walking access between the residents and the post office?
No, there won't.
And that's because?
The post office, as it's private property, they want to see a dedicated fence.
Okay, but all that parking lot is available to the public. Otherwise, we couldn't go to the post office. Why is that? You couldn't do a gate in the wall or something like that? You could have it just as a gate that could be utilized by the residents if the post office are so concerned about people walking into their parking lot.
I think one of their bigger concerns was people parking in their parking lot and using it as a parking lot and then walking into our community. So they just want a degree of separation between our property and their property.
Well, no, and I understand that. I think that was in the application, but the question that was posed in public comment, which I raised with you, was we're just talking about pedestrian access, not someone from your project parking their car in the post office parking lot. But Bob, who wants to mail a letter, can he walk over to the post office without going up to El Costa Boulevard?
Well, I think the concern is that Bob parks in the parking lot of the post office and then walks into our development and has a beer with Joe. And they don't want that going on. I don't think anyone minds them walking through to mail a letter, but there's public sidewalks on Crow Canyon and on El Costa, and that's how they would do it.
Well, I would say that if Bob was going to go have a beer with someone in the project, the only place he would park would be in the post office parking lot, because there is no parking along Crow Canyon Road.
Well,
So-
no, there's parking in our development. There's 39 guest spaces.
Okay.
That's where they should park. The post office just has a concern that some people may choose not to do that.
Okay, I don't see how that really relates to walking, but okay, I got your answer. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner, so here's what I would propose to do. First question is if you're ready to go through the resolution and conditions of approval without committing yourself to vote yay or nay on the project, I would suggest that if we are ready to do that, we first can talk about what we feel about the project before we go down and look at the 36 pages of resolution and conditions of approval. So what's your pleasure? Does someone want to talk about how they feel about the project? Okay.
I've expressed it multiple times. Looking for him to express it again.
All right. That's fair. Commissioner Kuznick.
I have some very specific points that I'm willing to present, but I don't know if I want to do this before we get to whether or not we're going to look at the proposal, or just have my turn at it now.
Okay. All right. We'll let you do a buy on that.
Okay.
Commissioner Alpert.
I also am struggling on this proposal, not Lennar, but just the site layout. And I'm still processing all that we learned tonight from the traffic engineer on why this will be safe, and I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it will be safer than it was before, but I don't, and the fact there are no traffic accidents in 11 years, I guess says something, but I'm processing still. I'm going to take the buy like Commissioner Kuznick,
Well, I guess the question is,
for now.
I mean, the question is, this is meeting number 2. Even if we were to be uber conservative and called it meeting 3, we would still be able to have meeting number 4, and the city council would be able to have meeting number 5 to handle any appeals if necessary from our decision. So what I'm getting from at least 2 of you is that you really want to mull over some of the information that you've received tonight before you decide whether you're going to vote yay or nay on the proposal. And if you're going to vote yay or yay, what you want to say about the conditions of approval or resolution.
I think right now, for me, as a commissioner, that the question is forming. We've seen the applicant come. We've expressed our concerns about different topics, but what we haven't seen is any movement or changes. So I'm not optimistic that would be forthcoming. So I think for me right now, the project is the way the project is. And that includes the conditions of approval. And so if it's decision time, I'm okay with that.
Okay, well, what I was trying to explain was that if people are not comfortable making a final binding decision tonight, we still have the option of having another hearing on this. And if that is the pleasure of the commission, then I would suggest that someone makes a motion to continue the public hearing on this matter to the next available date.
Can I ask what would be the expectation? Would you expect new information to be forthcoming or just more time for us to reread the documents we already have?
I doubt that there'd be any new significant information developed between now and the subsequent hearing. It would be basically one of two things. Either I want to think about it before I make a decision, and I need some time to do that, or let's tee it up and decide right now. That's the two options. So the default is that if no one makes a motion to continue the hearing, we plow through the resolution and conditions of approval now because we defaulted at making a decision tonight. So
Conditions of approval. it is.
Let's plow through.
okay, all right. So let's turn to the resolution, which is packet page 200. And so like in most situations, what I propose to do is to go through the resolution and the conditions of approval page by page and see if people want to make changes to them. So let's start with a resolution, page 1. Anybody have any changes? Okay, let's turn to page 2 of the resolution, packet page 201. Any changes? Okay, let's turn to page 3 of the resolution. Any changes? Okay, page 4 of the resolution. Any changes? Okay, page 5 of the resolution. Any changes? All right, page 6 of the resolution. Any changes? Page 7 of the resolution. Any changes? I have some.
Okay.
Under paragraph 4B at the top, I think that from the middle of the 6th line down, what is written there is unnecessary and should be taken out. I don't think it's necessary to support the finding that the project is a integrated mix of residential and non-residential uses. And I don't believe that we were given a proposed site plan for another type of siting of this project to justify the finding that, quote, because integrating a retail and or commercial tenant space would create a fractured site plan and design, comma, and would decrease the number of residential units introduced into an existing non-residential development pattern, et cetera. I don't see how we can make a finding because we never had an alternative site plan. I don't think it's necessary, so I propose taking out from the words no minimum amount all the way through the end of that paragraph. Any objections to that? Nope. Okay, paragraph 4D. This has to do, and there's a couple of different paragraphs that deal with the live work units. And the first problem I have is the third line on paragraph D, where it says the live work units, quote, are not concentrated on the project site, close quote. Well, I don't see that that's accurate because all the live work units are all on the first line of townhomes facing Crow Canyon. I don't think that's accurate. To say they are incorporated throughout the multifamily residential buildings, that's accurate. But to say they're not concentrated on the project site, in my opinion, is not accurate. And I would suggest striking the language that I quoted, quote, are not concentrated on the project site and close quote, take that out. Any objections to that?
Nope.
Paragraph 4E on page 7, I have the same concerns with the second sentence of paragraph E, which says, quote, does not concentrate the 8 voluntary live work units, close quote. Again, they are concentrated in that first row of townhomes, so I don't think that's an accurate statement. And if anybody object to taking that out? It doesn't make the finding of type of density compatible with our general plan and specific plan inaccurate. It just takes out an unnecessary sentence. On page, do you have changes to page 8? Okay, I do on the top 3 lines of page 8, which is continuation of paragraph F on page 7. It again talks about the non-concentration of live work units. The first line, quote, the project does not concentrate the 8 voluntary live work units, close quote. Again, I would take that out. It does not impact or make the finding about not detrimental. It just makes it the finding more accurate, in my opinion. Okay. Page 9 of the resolution. Any changes? Okay. Page 10 of the I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to see us strike the part where it says that the removal of the 4 native coastal oak species as part of the tree removal permit. Yes, they are not heritage, but they are native. They are greenhouse gas emission superpowers.
Well, I guess my question is, are they coast live oak trees?
Yes, they are. There is 4 of them that are native coastal like live oaks
Okay.
along Crow Canyon Road.
Okay.
They are subject to our ordinance, and mitigation is being provided to address that. So they're within the what's allowed under ordinance to remove those with the tree removal permit and mitigation.
That's like the first sentence says, quote, the project includes measures to replace the trees removed through a comprehensive final landscape plan. That's what you're referring to?
It's either through planting of additional trees at a ratio as established by the code based on the diameter of the tree being removed, or the payment of fees based on the mitigation requirements that goes into the oak tree propagation fund for future projects.
Okay. Does that assuage your concerns?
You can also argue that they're not native because they were planted. And they're also not great for ozone. They're high ozone forming as opposed to carbon sequestration. Just to be clear.
4 trees?
Say
Okay, go on.
All right.
I would prefer it stricken.
Okay, resolution page 10, any changes? Page 11. Any changes? I did have a question, though. The finding that's in paragraph B refers to a reduction in the number of residential units from 165 to 117. Now, assuming that the reduction refers to was in the housing element. That's what it appears to be.
Ryan, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, the 165 comes from the housing element calculation
Okay,
for
so,
that site.
all right,
and-
so the question I have is this. The housing element was certified in February of this year. The original preliminary application for Iron Horse Village was filed in February of last year at 117 units. So my question is it because it was still preliminary, I guess, when the housing element was certified, that we carried it at 165 units per the North Camino Ramon specific plan?
I mean, I think what we have to understand is that the housing element assumptions talk about a potential build out. It doesn't mean that it necessarily happens in every case. Some cases it'll be higher, some it'll be lower. And that's where we deal with having the cushion, the surplus to address that inconsistency that might occur based on site conditions. Because the housing element looks at it from the standpoint of, a macro view as opposed to a detailed, you don't know where easements are, you don't know where fault zones, things like that, that might actually affect the yield generation.
Okay, that's fine. I had thought it was something like that, but I just wanted to check. Okay, any changes to page 12 of the resolution? And lastly, page 13 of the resolution, any changes? Okay, let's move on to the conditions of approval, all 22 pages. Any changes to page 1 of the COA? Okay, page 2 of the conditions of approval. Any changes to that page? Page 3 of the conditions of approval? Changes? Okay, page 4 of the resolution, any change, conditions of approval, any changes?
Can we go back to 3?
Yes,
Sorry.
that's right.
I have some questions on some of these items here. So on item E,
You're on page 3.
I'm on page 3. These are the 8 live work units, have the following criteria. E, the commercial component shall not distract or otherwise be a nuisance to the residential character or appearance of the dwelling units. Does that require a definition for the residential character or appearance? Or do we just sort of, how are we defining that? To say it shall not distract from. What does that mean?
We do have, ordinance that deals with nuisances and which can be applied for this.
So should the wording then be this commercial component shall not be a nuisance?
Well, are you talking about take some of that because it says the commercial component shall not detract from, comma, or otherwise be a nuisance to.
Right. Well, if we only have, we have nuisance ordinance, do we have a distraction ordinance? I know it's,
No.
you know what I'm saying. Okay, I'm trying not to be annoying here.
Well,
Okay,
if
you're okay with it, I'll move on to the next
Okay,
one that I
all
have.
right.
Okay. So letter H. Clients, customers, or vendors visiting the live work unit shall be, quote, by appointment only. And what is the enforcement on that? How will that be held to account?
Well, these are conditions of approval. And the operation, the live work, the property owner will have to provide information to the residents about the operation of the live work component. And so it'll be provided basically through the HOA and CCNRs. And the city may end up getting some information from, residents over time. And we can refer back to the conditions of approval.
I would guess it'd be like most coast enforcement problems, someone makes a complaint.
Through the chair, there also may be opportunities for the HOA to enforce these standards through their CCNRs, which is a private matter between property owners. And you're correct, any enforcement by the city would be through code enforcement.
Okay.
Based on a complaint.
Right, go ahead.
Any others?
That's okay.
Okay. All right, page 4 of the conditions of approval. Do we have any changes? Okay, page 5 of the conditions of approval. Any changes? Okay, page 6 of the conditions. Any changes? Okay, page 7 of the conditions of approval. Any changes?
I did have a question on 24.
Yes.
Could you explain what that's attempting to accomplish and specifically, what if any ramifications if nothing changes with the project as a result of the applicant's reasonable efforts to the satisfaction of the community development director to coordinate with, so 2 questions. What does it mean? And then what happens if nothing happens?
What's requiring the applicant work with the post office to modify the post office site plan for adequate circulation. There is some requirements for modification of their site to comply with zoning requirements.
So based on all of our questions and the answers we received, we could almost conclude this has been done because we were told the applicant did approach the property owner that houses the post office and they said no.
No, I think there's a different aspect to this in the sense that if you can imagine a parking lot that has broader circulation is being subdivided or split by a wall and everything else, there are improvements that are required to be done to the post office side in terms of landscape buffers and circulation. And the applicant needs some flexibility in working with the federal government to try and get something done. They obviously the postal service would want their property to be improved in such a way, but getting them through the process could be a challenge, just basically working with the federal government.
Okay.
So let me follow up on that question. So as I understand what you said, Mr. Barr, it's that the post office has to make changes to its parking lot.
Well, the reason the changes are required is because of this project. And so the applicant can probably speak to their relationship and who's required to do improvements. But at the end of the day, the improvements need to be done to make it compliant with city standards and city requirements. And if the applicant isn't able to do the work prior to their occupancy, and they've made reasonable efforts to try and do that, we wouldn't hold that up, but the requirement's still there. It's going to exist. Whether it takes an extra 3-6 months to get the post office to accept the improvements, that's something beyond the applicant's control.
So these are improvements to the post office property?
Correct.
Okay.
This might be in this area, but I don't know for sure. And maybe I missed it in the 22 pages. We heard last time that there is a easement granted or negotiated to allow fire district emergency vehicle access. Is there a condition in here anywhere that requires that to occur, or should there be? I know we've talked about it, we've heard about it, and I think I see it on one of the drawings, but there's nothing that I recall that and the question is triggered by, Lauren's comment that working with the government isn't always necessarily a straight and easy path. Federal government, not city, federal.
The EVA is part of the project site plan, and not just one site plan, but multiple sheets. And that's part of the project approval.
It'll also be recorded on the map, final map.
Yes.
Okay. And the design and all of that would also be approved by the city, access in, access out, controlling all of those things that.
Fire district as well.
Okay, thank you. That's it on that one. I have another question on item 27. That's the one with Iron Horse Trail access path shall be consistent with. I seem to recall reading that they'll have to work with East Bay Parks to actually get access to the Iron Horse Trail. Is there anything in here that obligates them to actually work with due diligence, similar to 24, to actually secure that access?
I know the applicant's been speaking with the park district
I
already.
assume so, but there's no condition that says that they're going to have to do something to the satisfaction of the community development director that they're making progress or working on it.
Well, there's two opportunities to access Iron Horse Trail. The one would be a direct access, which requires an encroachment access through both the county and the park district, because remember, it's owned by the county, managed by the park district. The other option would be to make the connection through the public right of way. So there'll be a connection, but the preferred way may take a little more time.
Seems like we would want to at least specify that we want them to actually do something to the satisfaction of the community development director and not just
I think we can add the reasonable efforts
kind of words.
language to
That'd
that.
that'd be good. Thank you. Because one of the perks of the project is that it has easy access to the trail, and sending them all the way through the project and winding around is not exactly what was presented at, but I appreciate the comment, the reasonable effort.
There, the paragraph prior to the one you're referring to, paragraph 26, says, quote, "The applicant shall use reasonable efforts as determined by the community development director to coordinate with Contra Costa County and East Bay Regional Parks for access path locations."
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Tunnel vision.
Okay, page 8 of the conditions of approval, any changes? Okay, page 9 of the conditions, any changes? All right, page 10 of the conditions, any changes? Page 11 of the conditions, any changes? Page 12 of the conditions, any changes? Page 13 of the conditions, any changes? Page 14 of the conditions, any changes? Page 15 of the conditions, any changes? Page 16 of the conditions, any changes? Page 17, any changes to the conditions? Okay, page 18, any changes to the conditions? Page 19, any changes to the conditions? Page 20 of the conditions, any changes? Okay, page 21 of the conditions, any changes?
Okay, what page you on?
Okay, which page you're on?
I'm on 21.
All right, let's go back to page 21. No, don't apologize.
Okay, item number 122. Yeah. The applicant shall complete improvements to provide access to public areas along Crow Canyon Road and all cost of public right of way that do not currently meet city public works standards. What does that mean? What improvements are you specifying there?
And the condition goes on to say it's limited to new street lighting and our traffic improvements. In the right of way.
Crosswalk signing, striping, new. Okay. All right.
Okay. Page 22 of the conditions, any changes? Okay,
I
so
just have a quick question. It hasn't come up previously, but in the last 127 where it talks about transportation demand managed TDMs. Are there any bus stops anywhere near this project? Just out of curiosity.
Where the US Bank is right in front of US Bank.
Okay.
So that's.
Okay.
And if you went on the opposite side of the street, but off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly where it is.
Okay. Yeah, across from Burger King. Okay, thank you.
okay, so we've gone through the resolution, we've gone through the conditions of approval. One last time to talk before we, I think we're ready to do a vote. So does anybody have any final last minute words?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, I did want to put my thoughts down on paper in a way that is fair and becomes part of the public record. So I typed them up. So the plans for this project have been presented to the Planning Commission in 3 separate meetings. The study session, a formal presentation to the Planning Commission last time, and now tonight's presentation. In the discussions, we seem to have identified 3 major concerns. and these have been brought up through several commissioners. So I'm going to walk through these, the three. First, the orientation of the front doors of the townhouses to Crow Canyon Road. A, we have identified that along the stretch of Crow Canyon Road, there isn't another housing project in which the front doors are so near a major road without a significant type of barrier or design, such as placing the driveway parallel to the main street. Since the city uses the norm of prevailing practices to confirm an objective standard, one could argue that this has been the norm and therefore should be the standard. B, the safety concerns that arise from having the front doors facing an 8-lane major east-west thoroughfare and the noise levels resulting from the traffic generated along this major 8-lane road. C, the failure to meet the noise mitigation requirement as defined in the EIR for the North Camino Ramon specific plan. This requirement has been addressed in the conditions of approval. If, however, an EIR is a document that represents objective standards, then the project as proposed does not meet the requirement for noise relief. Our own Public Works Department cited the need for a large retaining wall or a large wall to alleviate the noise issue in the report dated April 24th of 2023, which I did previously quote. Secondly, we have identified the problem of the flow of traffic in and out of the development without a viable secondary egress or ingress. While the current previous use of this property as an office building, there was unlimited and unfettered access to Alcosta Boulevard through the parking lot and driveway of the United States Postal Office. In this project, the access to and through this parking lot is now restrained by a gate that is only available to emergency vehicles. Again, using the norm of established precedent as forming, quote, an objective, close quote, standard, one would reasonably argue that the homeowners should be allowed unfettered and safe egress through the United States Post Office parking and driveway, at least outside of USPS business hours, if not during all their hours. Our own traffic study cites a significant reduction in the vehicle miles traveled in the transition from an office park to a residential community. Again, this should warrant an agreeable level of continuing access by the new residents through the post office driveway to Alcosta Road. Thirdly, the traffic solution as proposed has received a number of comments concerning the safety of the residents, leaving with only a unidirectional option. Crow Canyon Road is an 8-lane major conduit. For residents to proceed westbound, they will need to exit the development, cross 4 lanes to enter the U-turn pocket. Then they will need to U-turn safely between the regular 4 lanes of traffic also heading westbound. This does not seem like we, as the representative of the city, are doing our best to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone using that road, not just the newest residents of the project. Finally, and most importantly, I believe the Planning Commission is responsible for seeing these projects through the eyes of all our citizens, present and future. That means we are also charged with maintaining and enhancing the quality of life. This corner will become part of the city core and represent smart, thoughtful design. As it has been designed, it fails to serve our citizens in the best possible way. Yes, it will be a good project for the applicant. They've already stated, quote, they sell a lot of houses. But we expect more from home builders. I do not believe that this is the best you can do. It will become another set of buildings crammed into a parcel of land, meeting the barest minimums that the city requires. When the units are all sold and the homeowners have moved in, then the rest of us who live here will be dealing with the impacts of the designs and the safety concerns. So those are my thoughts on this project.
Commissioner Ahmed. Mr. Alford. One of the problems I think we need to note here is the following. The Housing Accountability Act places limitations on what a city can do with respect to a housing development. This particular project, like it or not, falls within the bounds of the HAA. The HAA provides that unless the city or other municipality advise the applicant within 30 days after the application is deemed complete of the specific nature of defalcations with the application and the city's objective standards, that the application is deemed as a matter of law to have complied with all those objective standards. Once that finding has been made, and it has been made here, the city or other municipalities' availability to deny a housing project falls into one of two categories. One is a CEQA violation, and two is a health and safety violation that cannot be mitigated. Neither of those two factors exist in this case. I think that a number of us would have liked to have seen changes to the project, and we've tried to ameliorate them to some degree through the conditions of approval, which under the HAA is basically what we are left with doing. But there is no way, in my opinion, that we can deny approval of the project on the basis that we don't like the way the front door is situated, or we wish that there had been another way to exit the property, particularly when the fire department has given its blessing to this particular project. That's unfortunate. But as you know, as you've known for the past couple of years, the state of California has incrementally stripped local jurisdictions of their ability to design projects that the city feels is not only possible for the applicant, but is in the best interest of its citizens. I know in your case, you believe this is one of those that falls into that category, but again, like some other projects whose name I won't mention, our hands are tied by what the state has done. And I think that from the standpoint of what we are working with, we have done the best job we can to make this project a tenable one for the residents of the city. So I would ask that one of you make a motion. You can make it either A, to deny the project, or B, to approve the project, but we need to have a motion. Unless one of you really feels that you need another hearing to make up your mind. If that's how you feel, then you should make a motion to do that.
After what you said, I think I need more time. Because I don't think so. The safety concerns have been mitigated enough in my mind.
Okay, then I suggest you make a motion and continue the hearing.
We can have another discussion if you like on the safety concern, if you want to,
The floor is open. I mean, you're not restricted to what you can say. So go ahead.
Well, I just think that the wall, the size of the wall, and the fact that they face a very heavy traffic road, to me is very concerning. And I'm not satisfied that, that just because it meets the standard of the North Camino specific plan, that we should approve a construction of this sort. But again, I hope that if you're required to, I'll approve it, but I'm not clear.
Well, let me answer your question this way. I know, and I don't have the statute in front of me, but the Housing Accountability Act does provide strictures on what a municipality can do in terms of denying a housing project on the basis of a health and safety threat. And I know it's a significant, and that's probably not the exact words, but it's pretty damn close. And B, cannot be mitigated to a reasonable level. So I guess the answer is, while you may have concerns about maybe some of the health and safety aspects of this, unless you feel that it meets the statutory requirements, and again, I don't have the statute in front of me, then I don't think that's a basis to deny it, much as you'd like to, much as you'd probably like to change things about the project. But unless it meets that criteria, that's not a basis for denying approval.
But if we were under the belief that a safety or health or safety issue has not been adequately mitigated, that would be then
Well, it would have,
viable means by which you could deny the project.
the answer is
Vote to
that if the health and safety issue rose to a certain level and could not be mitigated to another level, that's the only basis for denying it, assuming, again, no secret violation, which hasn't been alleged here. And I don't believe that what we've heard in this project rises to that level. There's concerns are one thing, but make a finding that there's an unmitigatable significant risk to the health and safety of the residents of the city requires substantial evidence to support that. And I haven't heard that being presented here or in the last meeting that I did listen to.
I'd like to go back then to the issue of noise and a suitable sound barrier along Crook Canyon Road. I mean, what's the value of ensuring your sound quality on a little patio or a little garden plot when you have the noise level from the second busiest street coming to your front door, and not saying that that is a problem?
Okay, so
And I'm not convinced that saying that landscaping will buffer it is the same as, any other place where sound walls have been put up. That the point of a sound wall is to prevent the sound.
well, it's to mitigate the sound.
All right, mitigate,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Driscoll, I haven't memorized the EIR that's prepared for that, but is there a section that deals with noise? I thought there was. Do you have at least
It's
handy a general ref?
13. I had to guess, because I had to look it up a couple times. Sorry. Long time to find it. Sound.
Noise is, you're right. It's section 13. It's supposed to be page 127 of the EIR. Which is
So 60 decibels, exterior noise standard.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 363.
Yeah, 361.
Okay. Well, I actually starts at package 361, or did you say that?
Right.
Sorry. Okay. So the noise was, there was a study conducted in the EIR that dealt with the noise. And the findings were with the mitigation to a less than significant impact.
Yeah, the
And I
noise,
think, I'm
noise
sorry,
land use compatibility starts in packet page 363.
packet what?
363.
Yeah, right.
Requires potential noise impacts to new residential developments to ensure the compliance with the city's 60 decibels CNAL exterior noise standard.
And these deal with the 4 pounds per square foot that you were asking about. So according to the EIR, that yes, there will be noise, but there are various mitigation levels or mitigation efforts that are required and I believe are part of the conditions of approval. So the hard part in trying to deny the application based on noise is that there was a finding by the environmental team that with the mitigation levels, the noise for this project would be mitigated to a less than significant factor. Unless you have some evidence that says, no, they're wrong, I think it would be nigh impossible to deny the project based on that basis.
So if you read the next paragraph, do you read this differently than I do? It says the previously certified EIR in addendum identified in exhibit 3.9-7 that year 2030 with project traffic noise contours along Crow Canyon Road adjacent to the project site range from 70 decibels to 75, up to 120 feet from the edge of the roadway. Well, those front doors are 20 feet from the road.
You're gonna have to get up and talk into the mic because I can't even hear you. Please.
If you go further down, there's a reference to the interior standards for habitable space, the 45 decibel interior. And that's part of the conditioning that we mentioned earlier that, yeah, there's both mitigation for outside and inside, and there's a requirement that they do a noise study and design a wall and window assembly that will meet the interior noise standards required by our code. And that's adequate mitigation.
So what they seem to have done, correct me if I'm wrong on the noise analysis, is to look at the interior of the dwellings to see whether the mitigation as proposed would reduce the noise interior to an acceptable level, and B, for the outdoor areas, which are really the backyards, if there's also mitigation factors that could do that. I think you're right in that there was no specific mitigation proposed other than the landscaping for the front door area, which is in some regards, they have the little patio, others, it's just a door opening like you saw in some of the pictures. But again, I'm not sure that they have to.
There's no mitigation for walking down the street either.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I think with respect to noise, the mitigation that was proposed and adopted by the conditions of approval meet the criteria that's set forth in the EIR. So again, unless there's some substantial evidence that shows that those calculations and that analysis is incorrect or inadequate, then again, I don't see the noise issue being one that would justify denying the project.
Can I have a clarification? This, I can ask you if it's easy for you. This bar right here, this goes all the way down,
It's a fence line
fence
that's
line.
on at the lower level, and it dives back into the grade. I believe it runs the entire length, the wrought iron fence.
It runs the whole entire.
It's a tubular steel fence. It's 42 inches high. It runs the entire perimeter from where our entry is, where that sign is, the entry sign to the community. And then it runs all the way up to Al Costa, and it's continuous, it's uninterrupted, all the way down to the last home. It terminates roughly where that detention pond is between the gate and the,
Okay, so
And it's on the lower level below the retaining walls, correct?
it's actually quite kind of above the retaining wall.
Above the retaining.
It's up at the
So-
property line.
so I guess.
Your site plan shows it at the property line.
So when okay, so this is the confusing part. When I see this photograph or picture or whatever.
Which page do you have a page
I-
number just for
Well,
the
this is
record?
this is the PowerPoint presentation by the planning department. And then I see this on page SP-11. There's a lot of space here between the fence that it goes down with all the, and, but when I see this just at the road level, so I'm
You're looking at different.
different.
So this distance here to here is the same as here to here. It's just this perspective is different.
Okay, I can give you the numbers. I can give you the numbers because I actually went through the documents.
Okay, so this is 42 inches, right?
Okay, so if you start at the sidewalk is 10 feet. And then you have the property line.
Okay,
Okay, and this is right here where we're going to get the cross. Okay, then it's 5'8"
what is 5 foot 8 inches?
the landscaping.
Okay,
Then there's a 4-foot sidewalk. And then it's 8'7" to the patio. And then the building,
okay.
okay?
So you're measuring from here?
Yeah, so when you look at it, it's on the last, in the page 150 of the previous meetings documents.
I don't have that, okay.
I know, but trust me. Okay, you don't have to trust me, but I did this. Okay, and then you go farther up up along Crow. Then it's still a 10-foot sidewalk. There's 3 feet 3 inches of landscaping and then 9 feet to the building. So the total there, the distance from that building is 22 feet to the Crow Canyon Road. So at the very beginning, from the face of the building to the edge of the sidewalk where Crow Canyon merges to the sidewalk, it's 30 feet 11 inches, according to their numbers. Okay, that's the distance. And when you get up to the corner, the cross section of the last of the townhouses, the numbers are, the sidewalk is still 10 feet. That's the public sidewalk. Then there's 21 feet, because this is where it's going to drop down.
Okay,
And then there's a 4-foot sidewalk.
okay,
And then 9 feet 7 inches of landscaping. And then the building hits. So that one is 44 feet 7 inches
okay.
from the sidewalk. So that's the distance you're seeing from the road. So where the road, it's making all the street noise, varies from 30 to 44 feet. Based on their numbers in their documents.
And what do you think about that? What is your opinion on that?
My opinion is there's a perfect place to put a sound mitigating wall, like our city engineer suggested,
What
or
about-
Public Works Department people suggested,
Safety perspective for kids, you think it's safe?
and safety, yes. Okay, and I don't think the North Camino Ramon specific plan, where it said to activate the sidewalk, envision putting dense housing up against the very busiest street, second busiest street in our city, when they put that as part of their guiding principles. But I'm not optimistic that there's going to be any movement on this issue. So I'm at loggerheads.
I am too.
I mean, our job is to think about the people who are going to live there.
I agree.
It's also to enforce the standards in place.
I'm sorry.
Say
It's
again?
also to enforce the standards that are adopted by the city.
Yeah, but the standard seems a bit ambiguous when I read that one sentence. I've lost my page now. But you specifically cite the building design from the Northwestern streetscape. I think it was the language used here. And that to me is a vague statement. Right, right here on page 96. Orient homes and entries toward active streetscapes and or pedestrian. Well, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Streetscapes. Why does that mean that something like Crow Canyon, which is so heavily, this is heavy traffic?
Well, the streetscape in the North Camino Ramon specific plan area and other areas in the city is designed for where there is traffic,
Traffic
whether
of
it's
this-
pedestrian or vehicle,
of this nature, of Crow Canyon nature?
whether it's Crow or an internal street.
Then,
Yes.
then, sorry, then there's something wrong with this definition of objective standards. But that's okay.
Well, that's not, well, okay.
I know,
The
it's not-
the idea was in a mixed use development to have traffic that would patronize the commercial aspects of the development, you need to have traffic to do that, whether it's foot or vehicle. That's the problem we struggle with all the time. And like in the San Ramon Village area, to have commercial on the ground floor so that will draw people in off the street to patronize those businesses. That's, if you look at Santana Row, places like that, that's what they have.
Santana Row is, I think, in my opinion, very differently oriented, the traffic and all that there.
It's what?
It's very differently oriented. People drive at 65 miles per hour on that street in Coral Canyon versus Santana Row. The traffic is different. And yeah, so we can take a vote, I guess. Sorry, I know I'm the youngest member of this, one of the youngest. I don't know, just don't wanna.
No, it's part of your job is to
Yeah.
explain what you feel and why you feel that way. That's the job.
Some
And
uneasy,
then,
uneasy
know,
feeling about this project. I don't know why.
and if we vote one way, there's always an option for them to take it to the city council and,
Okay,
reverse us. It's happened before.
okay, then let that happen then.
Or for the city council to take it up on review if we approve it,
That's true too.
which has happened before too.
Well, I prefer if city council just decides rather than taking up on review, just,
Through the chair, I have the statute up if you were wanting any of the language from the Housing Accountability Act.
You found it.
I have it.
Could you read it out, please?
When a proposed housing development project complies with the applicable objective general plan zoning and subdivision standards and criteria, including design review standards in effect at the time that the application was deemed complete, but the local agency proposes to disapprove the project or to impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density, the local agencies shall base its decision regarding the proposed housing development project upon written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence on the record that both of the following conditions exist. A, the housing development project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project is disapproved or approved upon the condition that the project be developed at a lower density. As used in this paragraph, a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written, public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. And then B, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact identified pursuant to paragraph 1, other than the disapproval of the housing development project or the approval of the project upon the condition that it be developed at a lower density.
That's the standard. It is by design a very difficult standard to meet. And with respect to the noise, I mean, you have an EIR that says the noise can be mitigated to an acceptable level through mitigation efforts that are been adopted by the proposed conditions of approval. In other words, you can't deny a project saying, well, I just think it's too loud, that'll hurt people's ears. Can't do that.
And through the chair, sorry, to give a little more perspective, the North Camino Ramon plan are the standards that were in effect at the time the application was deemed complete, and it was and there was a compliance determination. So whether someone likes it or not, those are the rules that are set in place that we have to adhere to.
Yeah.
How was the safety standard satisfied? You said
Again,
that the noise one was satisfied. How was safety standard objectively satisfied?
Well, you have to identify what the safety risk is.
Well, family living right there on the outdoor patio where, there's a 42 inches of fence, which can be climbed by any toddler in my mind.
I think part of the discussion is that the fire district has reviewed it for their standards. The traffic engineer has reviewed it for their standards and determined that this design meets the requirements for health and safety for both traffic and fire access. It will be required to meet all the requirements for building code, including minimum heights of fences, protection of, well, there's no swimming pools here, but if there was a pool, there would be requirements there. And so ultimately, there's standards that are already in place that are built into the codes that exist. And to speculate on behavior of whether someone could climb a wall, might jump off a balcony, ride their skateboard, down a wall. Those are all what if scenarios that could happen, but they most likely won't.
Okay, then why don't we increase the size of the length of the fence?
Why does that change any of that assumption?
Because what you can climb over versus
I can
what you can't.
climb over a 6-foot fence.
No,
A teenager
for a
can
child,
too.
for a child.
But again, how old do you design your wall to?
Let's say
That's,
for a 5 or 6 year old kid.
see, but you're coming up with a subjective standard as to what the
It's
right
not,
number is.
it's not subjective. It's
Absolute-
foreseeable. It's foreseeable risk in my mind.
It absolutely is your opinion as to what the right design age is for a fence. And
Okay.
that standard does not exist in any of the codes, any of the health safety codes.
If Commissioner Ahmed, if a higher tubular steel fence than 42 inches would get you comfortable,
It would.
we could go up to 60 inches, so 5 feet instead, as long as that complies with city ordinances.
It would.
Front yard setbacks. 3 feet usually, but I'm not sure how far is the fence from the right of way.
If it complies with city standards and ordinances and such, we could make it a little higher.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Ryan. I don't know the answer.
Comply in terms of minimum or
Maximum,
maximum?
maximum.
A maximum height in the
Okay. What's the max?
setback area.
Yeah, why don't we
I
go-
don't recall if there is actually a standard in the North Community Ramon specific plan for that area. I don't for fences in the front yard.
I don't think so.
I don't believe there is. Yeah. This is not a single family development where there definitely is in those areas, but
So, okay, so let's sort of cut to the chase here. The question was raised. What if we raise the fence height from 42 inches, which is 3.5 feet, to 5 feet? That's the issue before us. The question is there a city standard that says you can't do that because it's too high? Is that the issue?
Correct. In
Yes.
many parts of the city, front yard setback heights of fences and front yard setbacks are limited to 3 feet.
Okay,
Now, again, the North Camino Ramon specific plan is a different set of standards. And so there may be an exception here. We just need to do some research real quickly.
okay, all right. Well, that's why we have all these meetings.
I don't think you need to wait for another meeting.
Sorry.
Through the chair, you could take a recess and
Yes.
let staff have a few minutes to research.
You guys want to powwow in
and,
private
well, yeah, that and you can.
with,
take a little break,
without the oversight of the
get a
planning
refill
commission?
on coffee or
All
something.
right, why don't we take a break until, 9:55?
Thank you.
Right.
call the meeting on October 17th back to order. I think that the applicant wanted to make a statement on the record, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Wallace. In answer to Commissioner Ahmed's concern, we would suggest a new condition of approval be imposed upon the project. It would be roughly as follows, subject to the approval of the Community Development Director, the perimeter tubular steel fence shall have a maximum height of 5 feet or 60 inches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, noted. All right, with that, we've already talked about the project. I think it's time to take a vote up or down. So I'm asking one of you to make a motion.
I can make a motion.
Go ahead. You have to tell us what the motion is. Can't be to adjourn, can't be to adjourn. All right, we have a second.
I'll go ahead and second.
All right. Motion is made and seconded to approve Iron Horse. We're going to vote.
Sorry, just to clarify the motion, was it the motion was to approve the project with the additional condition?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Wallace, I'm going to take an oral vote for the record.
Okay, we're going to do it by roll call, the old way.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
No.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye. So the motion passes 3-1, and we have one abstention.
Through the chair, the decision of the planning commission is subject to appeal. Anyone seeking to appeal this approval can file the appeal documents and pay the fee with the city clerk by October 27th.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying this late. All right. So next on the agenda is non-public hearing items. We have none. Do we have study session commissioner liaison reports? Any reports? I don't see any heads bobbing up and down. I have one. You have one? Go first.
It's been so long, but I did attend the most recent ARB, which was back in September. They had 2 items. For the 3rd time, they reviewed the San Ramon Boulevard Shopping Center. That's the Eric's Deli Cafe. It's facade improvements. And as I shared previously, the goal of the property owner is to make what looks like an office building with a little bit of retail on the bottom, a retail building with office on the top. And they're doing that via paint and some facade improvements and some landscaping. The second item that was reviewed was a Bishop Ranch 2600 landscape project that for the northwest parking lot, northwest. And that's the one is going to ultimately where Chevron's going to take over the west wing. And they have an entire landscape plan. The architects spent significant amount of time discussing plants, trees, knowing full well that at some point that landscaping is probably going to be replaced by City Walk phase something. So that was approved as well. So you'll probably see shortly, I think you already could have seen it, some of the landscaping that's there, some of the trees have been removed and will be replaced with new trees.
Okay, I attended the Open Space Advisory Committee meeting on October 9th, but what I'm about to tell you is not really what the committee did. But during the meeting, Mr. Barr made a presentation about what the Planning Commission had done for the last year, totally enthralling the Open Space Committee members. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because Mr. Barr gave the Open Space Committee some updates on some of the projects that we have approved. And I thought I would pass that on. And if I misstated anything, Mr. Barr, jump in at the appropriate time. First of all, the El Nido House is in plan check. Yes. Marketplace is not moving. Chevron Park, you're now up to date as well as it is. The laborers, a property, they're proposing the housing up there. They're talking about 4 attached below market rate units of the 21 homes, I believe it is. Morgan's Masonry, remember we had a presentation by an affordable housing. Apparently, they're still looking for grant money to do their project, which as you recall was 100% affordable. Aspen Woods, which is the senior housing development down in South San Ramon, they expect occupancy early, I think, next year. I've written 23, but that's wrong, 24. The Faria development should be completed within the next 6 months. Belmont Village, which you've seen driving down Bollinger, they expect it to be completed by the fall of 2024. Deerwood, remember the homes up on Deerwood, the 55 townhomes? Okay. They're in plan check and they may start construction in spring of next year. The Outpost is pending building permit review.
They're actually in permit review.
Right.
They've been in permit review for 2 years now.
Yeah.
But,
So don't get too excited, in other words.
the original approval.
Yeah, 169 units. And lastly, the City Center Hotel is awaiting financing, among other things, I guess. So there are a number of the projects we've approved that are moving forward, some of them not so much, but at least some of them. And I was really happy to hear that the proposed developer, Morgan's Masonry, was still interested and still trying to dig up financing as to pulling up their tents and moving someplace else. So that was what we got out of open space.
I'll give you one more.
All right.
Related, Bishop Ranch 1A apartments along Bollinger that fronts Bollinger.
Yep.
Before you get to Belmont Village, they're in plan check.
All right. Okay, cool. All right. So things are moving along. We got the first real residential development in BR in the City Walk. Looking forward to that. So do we have any other comments from the commissioners? Mr. Barr, what is our proposed schedule?
Okay, so November 7th, we have general plan EIR and general plan update for consideration. We have the Chang property is requesting additional extension. They filed a concept review, but it's not going to be in front of you before the prior extension would expire. So they're asking for additional time to get that project in front of you. Bishop Ranch 3A concept review. So this is the vacant property across the street from Belmont and related 1A apartments. It's a concept review for 451 residential units that runs parallel to the Iron Horse Trail.
That's the place we used to park where they actually had fireworks.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then there's a land use application for Kidplex at City Center.
A what?
Kidplex, it's called. It's another
Kidplex.
commercial recreation use.
Okay. All right.
So, because at one point it was going to be BR3 and then it's going to be.
It's still currently on 3A. They had talked about relocating it and then it's currently staying where it is.
Yeah.
And I believe they're just working on financing.
Okay.
They are vested with a development agreement, so it's still valid.
So. So before I know there was someone actually wanted to do public comment. So before I get to her, why don't you tell us what their schedule will be? What our schedule.
After that,
After tonight.
well, I just gave you the 7th.
Oh, which was,
I'll do it again. General plan, EIR, Chang property extension,
Oh.
Bishop Branch 3A concept review and the
Oh.
Kidplex use permit on the 7th.
okay.
We're hoping that we can cancel the 21st week of Thanksgiving. Unless there's a need to hold a general plan meeting. Up to you guys. And then we're looking at a concept review for Chang property in December.
Okay. All right, let's now open up for public comment. For all the wonderful things we just talked about.
May I see 3 minutes on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, so I just want to thank you all so much for your very careful and extremely detailed consideration and the courage to vote no and the courage to demand more and, you know, the knowledge to guide. I really appreciate all of you. I hope if anyone wants to appeal, which I don't think there is any need because I just found out that you guys really need to make sure you have more detailed traffic, screenshot for the public, because the whole time I was mistaken that the U-turn is at the intersection where there is traffic light, when there is actually breakage. So whatever you present to the public, is very important. That I hope that next time you can eliminate our confusion by putting something a little bit more specific. And I really am still holding resentment and grudge that you guys made me pay $2,500 for the appeal with Sandbox, VR. I am not sure how much it is now. So, I mean, hopefully nobody has to go through what I went through. But anyways, thank you. Good night.
Good night. And in case I need to